It's Kimball time in Atlanta. There he goes. Throw by Lamb. The Braves win it. The best of 5 tied at a game apiece.
The first Sunday of October brings us to a baseball cathedral where more than 53,000 have paid their way to watch Game 3 of the NLDS. Tonight's 2013 National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. Series tied up at a game apiece. It's Game 3 in the best of 5 between the Braves and the Dodgers. If you're the Dodgers, you did what you went out to do, and that is steal the home field away, get a split of those first 2 games in Atlanta. But it's the way they lost Game 2 that had Don Mattingly listening to a barrage of questions after the game and into the off day on Saturday.
I really don't feel like going through the game again, honestly, looking at Game 3. But I think the situation in the game last night, no matter which way I go, it could be questioned. If I leave with into pitch and give up a hit there, then I'm going to question myself. If I don't use, I'm like, why didn't I use Paco? So it's one of those things, if the move works, if the matchup works, it's good. If it doesn't, it's bad.
So, Ernie Johnson here at Dodger Stadium. That's Ron Darling. You'll hear from him in a second. This is Cal Ripken. You heard Don Mattingly. What'd you think?
Well, I mean, it's a shame is that they accomplished what they were going to accomplish. They are now in the driver's seat, but now he's forced to dwell on Game 2. I mean, he's not going to manage any differently. The players aren't going to play any differently. It just seems to be a shame that they can't fully ride that momentum of what they were able to accomplish in Atlanta.
It was a must-win game, Game 2 in Atlanta. Braves got it done. What'd you think, Ronnie?
What was great about it is that the Braves have showed some toughness all season long. Great toughness in that second game. Why? Because some tough things have happened to them. The soul of their pitching staff, Tim Hudson, was hurt in July. And then Jason Hayward took a ball to the face. It broke his jaw. But you know who had the biggest hit in Game 2? It was Jason Hayward. And then they had a troubling, tough decision in the winter, whether to keep Randall Delgado or Julio Teheran. They kept him, and now he pitches the swing game.
He gets the ball here in Game 3. Hyun-Jin Ryu gets the ball for the Dodgers. Both are rookies. Both made 30 starts. Both went 14-8. Both have one thing on their mind today: give their team a 2-1 lead. Game 3 just around the bend from Chavez Ravine right after this. Great look from above at Dodger Stadium, where it's 86 degrees, great forecast, enthusiastic crowd, and a great series tied up at a game apiece in the best of 5. Tonight's batting order is brought to you by T-Mobile as the Dodgers take the field. Braves, same lineup as the first 2 games. Jason Hayward leads it off. Justin Upton hits second. Freddie Freeman hits third, and Evan Gattis in the cleanup spot. Then it's McCann, Chris Johnson, Andrelton Simmons, Elliott Johnson, and Julio Teheran doing the pitching. Hyun-Jin Ryu on the mound for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
You know, Don Mattingly was talking about him before the game and said that he's had a storied career already. He's pitched in a lot of huge games, and the bigger the game, the bigger the stage, the better he pitches. Look for him, if he's getting his good, sharp breaking ball over, to have a big game this afternoon.
Here's the way they line up defensively behind Ryu.
We got Carl Crawford in left field, Skip Schumacher in center field, Yasiel Puig, the big arm out in right field. As we go into the infield, Hanley Ramirez and Mark Ellis are up the middle, Juan Uribe at third, and Adrian Gonzalez with 3 gold gloves over at first. Behind the plate is A.J. Ellis, and on the mound is Hyun-Jin Ryu. Help me with that.
Hyun-Jin Ryu.
Thank you.
And let's check in with the 4th member of our crew. That's Craig Sager.
Well, Hyun-Jin Ryu is a rookie by Major League standards, but he is a 7-time All-Star in the Korean Baseball Organization, and by far the most popular athlete in South Korea. It's just after 9 a.m. Monday morning in Korea, and according to Jae-Ho Kim, one of 15 journalists who follow Ryu and the Dodgers on a daily basis, whether the Koreans are at home, at school, or in the office, he says most of the 47 million Koreans are watching this game. With all that's going on in Washington, it gives a whole new context to the meeting. Government shutdown. DJ.
Thank you very much, Craig. Just about set to go here with Game 3. Get a look at Jason Hayward, who delivered the big 2-run single in Game 2. Gave the Braves a 4-1 cushion. Hanley Ramirez hit a 2-run homer and tightened things up. That was a Game 2 that had any number of dramatic moments. Braves were able to even up the series.
Well, it really was what Don Mattingly was talking about in the open. His decision to have Paco Rodriguez face Jason Hayward is the move that did not work.
Jason Hayward is 2 for 8 in the series. Has those 2 RBIs, played in 104 games in the regular season. And he takes a strike from Ryu, 0-1. We are underway at Dodger Stadium.
Ryu starts his from the very first base side of the rubber. You don't see that very often from left-handed pitchers, usually on that other side.
He's had some trouble in the first inning.
Broken back toward short. Ramirez to Gonzalez, 1 down. Yeah, it's one of those situations almost. You hear it all the time. If you're going to get him early, because first inning, opponent's hitting .308 with 7 home runs, and in the rest of the game, .240 with 8 home runs.
Well, that's usually what happens with most very solid pitchers like Ryu is. The difference is that he is a good breaking ball pitcher, and he needs to get those pitches over before he starts to really have his best game.
Here's Justin Upton looking for his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 7 and a couple of strikeouts. The catcher, A.J. Ellis, says of Ryu, he's basically the Clayton Kershaw of Korea.
High praise. Ryu could benefit from this odd start time, this 5 o'clock start time. It's going to be a little tough to see early on, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes.
The Sunfield in right field right now, and you can already see the sunglasses gleaming on Puig out there in right. Tailing away in right center field, and that ball is going to be off the wall. Upton into second, with a stand-up double. Skip Schumacher, ball tailing away from him, and he never caught up to it. Ball was really well hit.
This is a high breaking ball right down the middle of the plate. He drives it with a little spin that carries away from Schumacher. Makes a great play, but what I liked about that play was Puig got over all the way from right field to hold him to a double.
So the first hit of the series for Justin Upton. And with one out, the Braves with a runner in scoring position for Freddie Freeman. Guy who knocked in 109 runs in the regular season. And when you look at the matchups, Freeman has had the most success in this rookie season of Ryu. It's 3 out of 4 against him.
And 29 RBIs in the first inning. A major league high. He likes to drive that first run in.
Breaking pitch over for a strike. Called by John Hirschbeck.
Lefty, you're probably wondering why he has so much success. Ryu, as a pitcher, likes to keep the ball down. Freddie Freeman's a notorious low ball hitter.
In the air, a blooper to left. Crawford comes on for the second out.
Here's what we're talking about with Puig coming all the way over from right field. Schumacher makes a nice diving play, but who beats him to the ball? It's Yasiel Puig, and then delivers the ball so Upton can't think about going to third. It's a great hustle play. Plus, it's great that he has wheels like that.
That brings Evan Gaddis to the plate, the Braves cleanup hitter. He's 2 out of 5, and he's the only Brave among the starters who hasn't struck out in this series. Braves at bat 0-1. Braves had 15 strikeouts in game 1 and 6 in game 2. Well hit by Gaddis. Upton around third, and the Braves on the board in the first.
Cal tried to throw him 2 changeups in a row. First one worked, second one did not.
They weren't bad pitches, but Gaddis had some really nice, stayed on top of it, looked for that pitch down and away, and then didn't try to pull it, lines it straight up the middle and drives in the run.
All 6 runs scored by Atlanta now in this series have come with 2 outs.
And that brings up Brian McCann, the Atlanta catcher.
What is it about first innings that actually some pitchers have trouble with?
I think you come out, especially in a postseason game, you come out of the bullpen and you're throwing, you feel like 100 miles an hour. Sometimes you're not pitching, you're just throwing in the first.
McCann looking for his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 5, has walked a couple of times. Big, slow, tantalizing breaking pitch over.
You know what I mean, Cal? Sometimes you come out, feel like you can power your way through the lineup. And he's not that kind of pitcher. He's got to change speeds.
Ryu with an 0-2.
Sometimes I've heard pitchers talk about differences in the mound, in the bullpen, and in the game mound. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get used to that.
Of course, it should be easier here. It's his home park. His ERA was 2.32 here. He had 7 wins at his home ballpark.
6'2", 255. He comes to the plate and misses again. And the count full. Had him 0-2. And when you look at some of his splits throughout the season, August 19th through the end of the year, he had 7 starts. He went 2-5. ERA was just 3.30. The Dodgers only scored him 7 runs in those 5 losses. After being ahead 0-2, he walks McCann. They're at first and second.
Well, 3-2 changeup inside. Good call by home plate umpire John Hirschbeck.
That brings up Chris Johnson, number 2 hitter in the National League this year, behind Colorado's Michael Kadire, and a guy who's knocked in a couple of runs with 2 out in this series already. Takes a strike 0-1.
2 clutch hitters for all season long for the Braves, for Freddie Freeman and Chris Johnson, who had a .390 average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Innovative stat brought to you by Nissan.
Some big time numbers right there. And 2-out hits are especially big.
St. Louis without Craig for the series against Pittsburgh.
Right up the middle, base hit. Schumacher on and Fields. But Gaddis will score easily without a throw, and it's 2-0 Atlanta.
Talk about taking the home crowd out of it, Cal.
Yeah, fastball command was one of the issues, that if he doesn't have it right away, he seemed to find it a little bit there, but then threw one too many fastballs right here. Line drive at the middle. What I like about this is the Dodgers have tried to minimize that inning by not trying to throw the guy at home plate, and said, okay, let's just keep the runners where they are. Crooked numbers, especially those big crooked numbers of 4 and 5, can determine the game this early. A 1 or a 2, you're still in the ball game.
Braves now 6 for 12 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position in the series. And the 7th Atlanta hitter here in the first is Andrelton Simmons.
Good pitch.
Just missed outside, 1-0. Ryu faced the Braves twice in the regular season. A couple of no decisions. Popped him up. Mark Ellis calls and squeezes it. But the Braves scored twice in the first in Game 3. by T-Mobile. Carl Crawford in the leadoff spot, followed by Mark Ellis and Hanley Ramirez, who's knocked in 4 runs in the series. Adrian Gonzalez has homered in the series. He's the cleanup hitter. Then it's Puig, Uribe, Skip Schumacher, A.J. Ellis, and Ryu, the pitcher, as they face Julio Teheran of the Braves.
And he has had a breakout year, almost the same identical numbers as Ryu. 14 and 8, 3.20, and not always do you have to get a shutdown inning right off the bat, but he does. His Braves scored him 2 runs in that first. Now he's going to try to shut him down.
Strike called from Teheran to Carl Crawford.
ERA about a run higher than it is during the regular season in the shutdown innings.
The 22-year-old staked to a 2-0 lead here in Game 3, and quickly ahead 0-2.
The real good fastball has really proved very challenging for Carl Crawford.
They're going back in there again with it, just to find out.
Teheran has not faced the Dodgers in his career. 22 years old, 14 and 8 in those 30 starts. He hit 13 batters this year, which was the second most in the National League, behind Charlie Morton's 16. Slapped into left field by Crawford, and that's a leadoff single.
Well, Crawford can handle the fastball out over the plate, and that's exactly what this is. Stayed on top of it. Nice short swing. Line drive to the opposite field.
When a hitter like Crawford has 2 strikes too, he's protecting a little more, easier to protect on that ball away.
He's got a little inside-out action anyway. He's set up to hit the ball to left center field, so it makes it a little easier when the ball's away from him.
Here's the Dodgers' second baseman, Mark Ellis. It's a strike.
Teheran, the right-hander, has one of the best moves, pickoff moves in all of baseball. 8 pickoffs this season.
And that led the majors. He's got Crawford, who's got speed. 15 out of 19 stolen bases in the regular season. That ball goes all the way to the screen. Crawford in scoring position.
That's a big, wild pitch. You give the Dodgers a chance to go into scoring position with no out.
Well, we're seeing some nervousness from both of the young pitchers so far. Missing his target by 4 or 5 feet.
Maybe that explains in general why he's hit so many batters, because we have seen two pitches right now where he's totally missed it on the other side of the plate. Could be nerves, or could be he hadn't refined his control to that point. But I would guess with you, it's nerves right now. And why wouldn't he be nervous?
1-1 the count to Ellis.
No.
Teheran is the first rookie to start a postseason game for the Braves since 1948. Vern Bickford for the Boston Braves in the World Series against the Cleveland Indians. He's 22 years old, and you might say, well, how about Steve Avery back in '91? Avery was younger, but was not a rookie at the time. The 1-2. And he gets Ellis swinging for the first out.
He tried to go up, didn't quite get it high enough, and I think that's a good move, because instead of going inside and outside, let's exploit up, because if you're a little nervous, you can miss high. You have more margin for error, and that's where he likes to go to get that strikeout anyway.
Great movement on that fastball. A little cut on it, took it away from Ellis.
And that wild pitch, they had a little cut on it as well. I haven't seen him pitch enough to know, is that by design or just sometimes it happens?
It's called a live arm. That's what he's got in spades.
And it is live, too. 95 right now.
Well, here's Hanley Ramirez, who, as always, has been a handful in this series. He's 4 out of 9. Has 3 doubles and a home run. In fact, 2 doubles in the same game, and he was the first Dodger shortstop to do that in a playoff game since Maury Wills back in 1965. He bats with Crawford leading at second, and 1 down. To right, but foul. Now in game 2, this was the home run that pulled the Dodgers within 1 at 4-3. But that is as close as they would get.
I've only seen 1 breaking ball I can remember. And normally you want to establish that other pitch, your secondary pitch, early in the ball game to know what you have.
Good eye. Well, there's one right there. I think what Brian McCann is doing is probably smart, though. Trying to keep it really simple here in this first inning for Teheran.
Because hitters watch the first couple hitters. They're thinking, okay, what's he getting over? What's he not getting over? What's he predominantly throwing? And Hanley can go up there and say, okay, it's mostly all fastballs. Let me go look for a fastball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The rookie Teheran to the plate. And a fly ball to shallow left. Evan Gaddis on for the second out.
Sometimes you can throw a breaking ball. Well, this is a sequence here first. Fastball down, across the knees. Gets ahead of him because he throws that ball time. A little breaking ball away. But sometimes you can hang a breaking ball so bad. That's the first at bat. He got away with it.
That was hung really bad. Overthrown, stayed in. Sometimes they refer to that as backing up, which breaks the other direction.
Well, here's Adrian Gonzalez. 100 RBI man in the regular season, tied for 5th in the National League. Homered in the opener of the series.
Well, you see the infield has played the pull, Cal, slightly, and the outfield has played the other way with the center fielder Hayward on the left field side of second base.
It seems odd, but that's fairly common. Many hitters, when the ball is up, will try to drive the ball and stay inside the ball, and they're a little bit quicker when the ball's down.
On the corner, 0-2.
Gonzalez with the shaking of his head. That won't please Hirschbeck. Let's see what it is on our pitch tracks. Off the corner. Gonzalez has one of the better eyes in the game.
The Dodgers got their 2-out hits in the first game. Did not come through with their 2-out hits. Here's an opportunity right here for Egan, although he's down 0-2.
Crawford, who singled and went to second on a wild pitch, takes his lead, and Gonzalez fouls it off.
Nice little 94-mile-an-hour cutter right there. Gonzalez has the ability to work his way back into any count because he has such a good eye. He hit 356 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. So he's pretty comfortable right about now.
And he fooled Gonzalez, struck him out. Second strikeout of the inning. We head to the second in LA. Braves 2-0. Exclusively on MLB Network. Two storied franchises sharing one stage as Yoenis Cespedes and the Western Division champion A's take on Miguel Cabrera and the Central champs, the Tigers, tomorrow 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, only on MLB Network. Top half of the second here at Chavez Ravine.
Where was that?
And Elliott Johnson leads it off. He's 0 for 7 in the series, struck out 4 times.
I laughed on Ernie's words because someone yelled out of the stands, "Where was that?" Made me think. A couple close pitches called in the other half of the inning.
The 2-0 rounded to short. Hanley Ramirez throws across. 1 down.
Well, whenever you see Elliott Johnson up, you always think of Dan Uggla, who is left off the roster. There's Dan there, traveling with the ball club, taking batting practice, hoping that if the Braves do move on, he might get another look.
You can change the roster up from series to series. Not on the Braves roster for this best-of-5 against the Dodgers. Teheran swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. He can handle the bat, 224. 13 out of 58. We talked about all the similarities between him and Ryu. And Ryu 12 for 58 on the year. Teheran 13 for 58. They also had the same 1-loss records. Their ERAs basically the same. And they're both rookies. And you see the opponent's batting average against very close. Ryu is 26, Teheran 22, and I mean, this is a huge day. You heard Craig Sager talking about it in South Korea. He's the first South Korean to ever start a postseason game in Major League Baseball history. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he strikes out Teheran for the second out here in the second.
Pretty good changeup. After throwing a few fastballs.
Center fielder, number 22, Jason Hayward.
You know what's interesting about that, Cal, is that in the National League, a lot of times you go through the lineup and you didn't really throw your changeup. So who better to experiment on than the pitcher?
Top of the Atlanta order now here in the second, and Jason Hayward, who grounded to short his first time. So he's now 1 for 8 career against Ryu.
You just saw him buckle a little bit on that breaking ball. After you've been hit in the head, that's a natural sort of tendency to be a little bit more gun shy. He's a diver. He stays in there, and he's not thinking about it. But when that ball first starts at you, it's a little bit of a scary moment. And this is a big breaking ball that starts right at him and breaks back over the plate. Wasn't expecting it. You see that little hesitation. Doesn't mean you don't have courage. Matter of fact, he's got a lot of courage getting back in there.
2-1. Shattered his bat for the second time tonight. 3 up, 3 down inning for Ryu. Jason Hayward needs to put in another order. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires for superior performance inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Bottom half of the second inning in Los Angeles. And Yasiel Puig will lead it off for the Dodgers.
Be ready.
That's the purpose of that graphic. Teheran to the plate, and he waves at the first one, 0-1. Puig is 3 out of 8 in the series. Has struck out 4 times. He's been hit by a pitch. Upstairs. Ball and a strike. So, Cal, you've never seen a pitcher. How do you prepare?
Well, I mean, you got to look at him on video a little bit, but that really doesn't tell the story. It doesn't tell the hop of the fastball, the movement of the fastball, but it gets you an idea. Does he throw hard? Does he throw soft? What are his type of pitches? And the advanced scouts give you that information too. But I found that you have to actually go up there and discover it for yourself. So here, they don't have a familiarity. And so many times you might take 1 or 2 at-bats before you start to get a feel, and by that time, the bullpen's in the ball game. Advantage to the pitcher, I think, most definitely.
Yeah, we saw in the Dodger clubhouse today video of Teheran pitching on a loop, and but how much can that tell you? I mean, it has to be beneficial to some extent what he wants to throw, when, that kind of thing.
Well, I always thought the advanced scout or the video was helpful in the type of pitches.
Puig with a line drive that Hayward cuts off in the gap, and a huge turn, and they throw behind Puig, but he's back.
Well, that was an advanced scout thing there. After he made the turn, he was coming back, he was clapping, pointing in the dugout, and they almost threw behind him and got him.
And they take a shot at him at first, you're right.
So they knew that.
It's a breaking ball that doesn't get to the outside corner. Threw a really good one on the first pitch, but that stayed over the plate, and he was ready for it. Here's the turn, aggressive, okay. And here comes the ball. That's a good pickup, Ronnie, because somebody said, hey, you might have a little lapse going back on the bases. He might turn his head away from you. We might be able to steal an out.
Dodgers with a hit from their leadoff hitter for the second straight inning. They left Crawford stranded in the first. Puig is out there now with Juan Uribe stepping in.
Got the crowd back in the action a little bit, but I think in between innings, that video from Tommy Lasorda started to get them riled up first.
You got to bet that Teheran's going to use that good move against Puig at first base.
Puig stole 11 bags, was caught 8 times.
I'm assuming that wasn't his good move.
What he's trying to do is set him up. That's what he's trying to do. A nice, easy throw over, and then this pitch or the next pitch, that real good hard move.
Go, Juan.
Big cut. Uribe came up empty.
We talk about advanced scouting. That's another thing. You haven't seen him at the plate, but you haven't seen that pickoff move yet, and he really hasn't shown it to you. But they say he's got a good one.
Teheran ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Here's another look at Puig with the turn, and Simmons with the quick snap throw back to first.
Didn't hesitate either.
Teheran with a 1-2 to Uribe. But there's the throw over, and they now see there's the better look there, Cal.
That's the good move. Very quick with his feet.
Boy, it's very close. You know what? Davey Lopes, the first base coach, he was in safe, tagged the wrong arm. Davey Lopes went straight to the umpire and told him he thinks that's a block move.
In the air to left. Long run for Gaddis. He won't be able to make that play, and they're at first and second.
The Atlanta Braves outfield defense is about as deep as you're going to see any in the postseason. Gets that breaking ball off the end of the bat. Not a lot of speed for the converted catcher Gaddis. He's not going to come up with that play.
So runners at first and second. Nobody out. Skip Schumacher, the Dodgers center fielder. Schumacher had a sacrifice fly in the opener. Getting the start in this series, Matt Kemp out. Andre Ethier still unable to do anything but pinch hit for the Dodgers.
There's a shot of Hayward out in center field. He seems to be extremely deep for me, especially with Schumacher at the plate. A lot of ground out there for the bloopers, and difficult to throw somebody out on a sharp base hit.
Schumacher in an 0-2 hole.
But you can't fault the philosophy. Many times we'll take away the extra base hits and force you to get more hits to score a run. Now, if you had a really good pitching staff, and Atlanta does, they don't give up that many hits. So in the long run, that might work. In the playoffs, it's a short run thing.
Puig and Uribe lead from second and first. And Teheran takes a moment.
Well, Teheran is also thinking, we talk about the pickoff at first base. Got great feet, quick move. Simmons loves to come in behind the runner.
I always thought the greatest deterrent from having someone run is to be able to execute your pickoff plays. They got to know we're not afraid of it. We'll turn around and throw a pickoff on you. If you're always faking and yelling back and those sorts of things, that loses its credibility.
The 1-2. Strike three call to Schumacher. Like he skipped out of the way and they called it strike three.
Boy, by the naked eye, I think all the close calls have gone Atlanta's way by Hirschbeck here early in this game.
It's got a lot of comeback, though.
Come on, give me the pitch tracks. Where was it?
McCann sets up in there, catches it really well.
Here's the number 8 hitter, A.J. Ellis. He's had a good series at the plate. 3 out of 6, couple of doubles. He's laid down a sacrifice bunt. And he takes 1-0. Puig and Uribe with back-to-back singles to start the inning. Schumacher caught looking. And here's Ellis.
Pitch tracks right in the corner, yep.
Yeah. Even from this hitter's perspective, it's a perfect pitch.
Count even at a ball and a strike. The rookie to the plate. Way out in front, a ball and 2 strikes.
A good change of speed on his breaking ball. That's the curve ball at 77 miles an hour. His other breaking ball is around 84, 85.
Up and away, count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ellis got a great eye at the plate, can really work counts. And he waits on a 2-2 with 2 on and 1 out here in the second. A little nubber foul just past Davey Lopes over there at first.
Very interesting, Cal, that Simmons, before the pitch, walks into the base path of Puig, trying to get him to take a look at him. And then maybe the second baseman coming behind him.
It's really interesting, the cat and mouse game that's being played there, to try to plant the thought into Yasiel's head. But I will warn you, though, when you have both guys trying to work the runner, you're giving up a lot of ground for the ground ball. I don't like that part. You got both guys pinching in a little bit, but you're giving up holes for those ground balls to find.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And time called.
Interesting, A.J. Ellis called time while Yasiel Puig was trying to time Teheran.
That almost seemed like one of those hold plays, and very rarely do you see something happen at second base. And now that they're going out to talk about it, maybe it's about signs or, he's not picking up the right thing. I've never really seen a hold play where they had no intentions of throwing the ball to home to see what the guy in second was going to do. And holding is just referring to coming set with no intention to do anything until maybe the hitter calls timeout or you step off.
Now it's Teheran waiting on Ellis, who makes his way back into the box.
Some of that behavior of the cat and mouse game usually happens on a bunt play. You're trying to show where you're going to be and disguise where you're going to go.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I got to believe they're going to be running on this. There's always chance for a strikeout, and with a strikeout pitcher on the mound, it's more of a risk. But I think they got to get something going here. Put a little pressure on the defense, stay out of the double play, make good hard contact. And they stay.
Bases are loaded here in the second.
As it turns out, a really good call not to run.
Would have been an aggressive play with them down 2 runs.
It brings the pitcher Ryu to the plate. They have some pitchers on this Dodger staff who can handle the bat, and we talked about it in the last game. Talked about Kershaw with all the RBIs, and you talked about Greinke with all the hits. And here's Ryu, who's knocked in 5 runs, hitting .207. So not an automatic out, and he takes 1-0.
Well, it's almost one of those times where your pitching coach comes out. I know it's 1-0, but maybe just to settle him down.
He's thrown 20 pitches this inning. Ryu to right. Upton back. Makes the play, and that will score. Yasiel Puig, and Uribe moves on to third. Ryu helps himself out. Gets the Dodgers on the board. It's 2-1.
This is a nice piece of hitting right here. Stays on it and drives the ball to right field.
Well,
chases Upton back.
He got coasting on this one and just caught in the end of the glove. He knew the best part of Ryu's game here early in the game was going to be his hitting.
Uribe with a heads-up play. He was off. If the ball goes over his head, he'll still score. But he had the ability to go back to second base and advance to third. Now he's in a position for a wild pitch.
Crawford at the plate. Takes downstairs 1-0. He hit a leadoff single in the first. Nice piece of hitting as he slapped it into left. Would advance to second on a wild pitch, but was stranded there. Dodgers have gotten on the board here in the second. It's 2-1. And a good pitch Good pitch to hit and a good cut at it.
We talked about it the first time up. It ties him up a little inside when the fastball comes in, especially if you have that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. I'd say they're going to stay in there.
The pitch that Crawford will hit for power is that strike breaking pitch down and in.
It's like a backdoor slider, backdoor breaking ball coming.
Dodger blue wherever you look tonight here in Los Angeles, in one of the great ballparks you will ever want to visit.
We're talking about his power pitch. I thought that was a dangerous pitch because if you don't make it right on the outside corner, that becomes the ball he can drive.
Way upstairs. 2-2.
McCann's very good at calling a game. You can tell he's into it. He's moving the ball up and down, in and out. I'd be very surprised if he didn't go back inside with the fastball. Breaking ball in the dirt.
Runners lead from first and third. That ball is driven deep to right. Upton back, and it's out of here. Carl Crawford with a 3-run homer.
Danger of that breaking ball when it comes back to the middle of the plate. That's right in his power stroke, and he doesn't miss it. Big, big home run.
The cathedral just got real loud.
I thought they played the Tommy Lasorda video again.
0-1 to Mark Ellis, who struck out his first time.
Well, both of these teams are just trading 2-out runs. That's 7 now for the Dodgers in this series. Get up, get up.
Crawford with 6 home runs in the regular season and a big one here in Game 3, putting the Dodgers ahead 4-2. The 0-2 from Teheran.
Still gives you a little charge every time you see that reaction in the dugout. Everybody's a little different in their enthusiasm. It comes out.
Ellis goes down swinging for the second time tonight. But the Dodgers have an inning. 4 runs in the second. Crawford goes yard. It's 4-2. So in this series, the Dodgers taking the opener, Braves winning Game 2. You're watching Game 3, and you'll watch Game 4, 9:30 Eastern tomorrow night. And if they need it, Wednesday in Atlanta. And as soon as we know the time, we'll pass it on to you. Top half of the third, Justin Upton leads it off for Atlanta. It's a slow breaking pitch, 1-0.
Hits a breaking ball for a double, and then what did we start him off with? Let's try it again.
Come on now. Let's go.
Ryu, 192 innings in the regular season, 2 in this game so far. This might be the most important inning he pitches for the Dodgers this year. 2.82 ERA and shutdown innings. If your team hits a 3-run home run for you, you got to put up a 0.
There you go.
But he starts him out 3-0.
Fastball command just a little bit off. Trying for the outside corner. It's dangerous to go, but you want to be a little bit more aggressive now with a lead.
Upton's double in the first was his first hit of the series. He scored on the RBI single by Evan Gattis, who then scored on a hit by Chris Johnson. 3 balls and 2 strikes. What was the groan for, Cal?
It wasn't my groan, that was Ronnie's groan.
High changeup.
I was surprised with the pitch selection. But you're not going to lay one in there to Justin. But that was a high changeup. And I think that was a pitcher's reaction, like, uh-oh.
Stays alive, 3-2. Ryu worked 192 innings. 22 of his 30 starts, quality starts. Work at least 6 and allow 3 earned runs or less. Fine rookie season. And there is another base hit for Upton. He'll make the turn and then retreat. So the Braves have their leadoff hitter on in the third.
Justin Upton had a lot of streaks. He's a streaky type hitter. Good indication right now that he's seeing the ball really well. It's a breaking ball the first time, and here's a fastball. He drives to the left center field gap.
When they started their season 12-1, he had 12 home runs in April. And then when they won 14 in a row later in the summer, he was at his best then, too.
Here's Freddie Freeman. Loves that first pitch, and he lines that one into right. Upton around second, and he's going to stay right there as Puig uncorks a strike cut off by Ramirez.
Yes, he would have been out.
Puig is a defensive game changer. You're not going first to third, and Brian Snitker, the third base coach, is going to have to decide on when to send him home also. A tough decision.
Upton was gauging it, and I would think he was thinking about it, but then decided to pull up. No sense in taking that risk with no outs either. Down by 2.
That brings up the cleanup hitter, Evan Gattis. Knocked in a run his first time.
We know who you are. Move inside. Move inside. Come on now, work ahead.
Ryu is well versed in coaxing double play balls. 26 of them. He's third best in the National League this year. Gattis fouls it back, count even. Ball and a strike.
After Gattis hit that tough changeup the first time up, that planted that thought out there. He came up looking for a fastball right there. Didn't get it. He had the right thought.
Gattis at the plate, Brian McCann on deck. The Braves led 2-0, now trail 4-2, but trying to answer right back here in the third. Had it inside and missed.
We were watching batting practice today. The ball was jumping out of this ballpark like I've never seen. The weather is about 10 degrees warmer than usual. Good hitter's day here.
I knew you were smart, Ronnie, but I didn't know that you knew how far the ball carried by degree.
Tap foul past third.
Listen, when you're watching batting practice and you're a former pitcher, that locks in your brain when guys are going deep, 18 and 20 rows deep.
There was a couple that almost went out of the stadium.
Gaddis hit 21 home runs in the regular season. The Braves led the National League in home runs and have not gone deep in this series. And the longest they went in the regular season was 3 games without a homer consecutively. Fouled off at the plate.
Evan had a chance to really look for that fastball in, but now with 2 strikes, he has to guard the plate, and they're still pounding him in. When you go out and take a changeup out over the plate and hit a bullet first time up, that's the reaction you're going to get from the pitcher. Could drop a slow hook, though. Looks like they're going fastball away.
Thank you.
Tried to paint and just missed. Count full.
Fastball away, it misses. Good call by John Hirschbeck, but looks like a strike to the fans.
It's considerably outside on that one. Set off the plate and then threw a little further.
The different signs, the face mask, chest protector, and then the digital signs.
Change up. Maybe he'll rethink that. All these fastballs now. He did hit a changeup the first time up. The idea is to fool him.
Three-two with 2 on. And again, Gaddis stays alive. Clayton Kershaw trying to make a valiant play with the hat.
He does it all.
Chevrolet pitch arsenal. You'll see the percentage breakdown. 64% fastballs for Ryu. And here comes pitch number 50. And again, fouled off by Gaddis.
2 straight changeups. First one fooled him a little bit. That one didn't fool him as much.
You know, everybody was saying before this game, well, it's 5 o'clock start out there, and these guys on the mound probably not going to see much going on in the first 5 innings. Wrong.
Hitters have come prepared today.
And the conditions weren't nearly as bad late in the year here at this 5 o'clock start.
Time called as Ryu was into the wind.
Gaddis has called a couple of timeouts now at this at bat.
The guy they call the White Bear reaches out, spoils another one.
Gaddis all season long has been, if there's one Achilles heel, it's the fastball upstairs. But sometimes you can't go there, especially on a 3-2 count.
3 straight changeups. So he's got to be in the mind, I got to protect against the changeup and possibly the fastball. And it's not good to get caught in between, but you have to right here. You have to see it just a little longer. Back to the changeup again.
Line foul.
So as a hitter, you're battling and fighting in the back of your mind saying, man, that's a lot of changeup. Should I really sit on it? Or he might throw me a fastball. So you're still caught a little bit in between. You're out in front of the changeup and you're a little bit behind the fastball. And he's battling.
Broken bat blooper to center. That's going to fall. And the bases will be loaded for Brian McCann.
Catcher, number 16, Brian McCann.
Here's that jam job straightaway center field. I wanted to see, Freddie Freeman does a good job of glancing to see where Upton is, because he knew the ball was going to fall and he wanted to go first or third, but you got to make sure the runner ahead of you has the same read as you do. Heads up base running right here, bases loaded, no outs.
Thing that happened to Justin Upton is that he didn't believe his instinct. His first instinct that ball is going to drop in, and then he stopped.
And as a result, they are loaded, and Rick Honeycutt makes his way to the mound.
You know, and today, this year, you can bring the translator with you.
And in past years, you couldn't?
Could not. You'd have to use baseball talk to get your message across.
I'm trying to figure out the logic there.
Yeah.
Because you need to communicate.
Well, in a game like this, if you're the manager, you have to start really thinking about, you know, maybe he does not have his best stuff today. And thinking about, you know, can't let it go too much further than this.
And here's the deal. When he threw the other night a bullpen session, Don Mattingly was watching, so was the Dodgers team physician. And there were questions around here. Is he sound? Is he ready to go? And Don Mattingly confirmed before the game today to us. He said, no, he's sound. He's ready. But there were certainly questions whether he was 100%.
Yeah, it's strange to have the doctor down there watching you in a bullpen session. But that's not normal.
Bases loaded, nobody out for Brian McCann.
Well, to me, he looks healthy. I've watched him pitch a few times. As pitchers have enough zip on him, location is wrong. See, he's pitched well, though, with the bases loaded this season.
McCann walked his first time. Big cut, but he's down 0-2.
Some great numbers from McCann with the bases loaded.
Earlier this year, June 23rd, at Miller Park, one of those 10 career grand slams for Brian McCann. A 1-2. Downstairs, count even.
You can see why he'd be good with the bases loaded. He's calm. He's not getting out there. He took the pitch with confidence that was a little inside, laid off that. He's making the pitcher come to him. That's the secret of hitting anyway, but many times you get a little anxious when you have guys out on the bases.
Count full, and another bad one forces in a run. Ryu staked to a 4-2 lead going to the third. And now faces a 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Boy, he had a big rip at that. McCann has always had tremendous power all over the field, but also to left center.
Yeah, the bases loaded, no outs was always a thing. You can't afford to get doubled off. So look where the runners are. There was a thing that we used to do. We'd say take a short, flat foot lead, which gives you a chance to read it and not jump off on the line drive.
Hit hard right at first. Gonzalez to second for one to Ryu, and he couldn't find the bag. Upton scores the third Atlanta run. And the throw had McCann beat by a mile, but Ryu couldn't locate the bag.
They gladly take 2 outs in this situation to help get out of the inning, and it appears to be a double play, although Ryu can't find the bag.
That's twice that has happened in this series. Luis Ayala did it for the Braves in Friday night's game, and here, Ryu cost himself his 27th double play this year.
He was within an eyelash with the left heel of completing that double play.
And talk about the mechanics of that as a pitcher getting over there.
Well, I think he was there so early. What you want to do is find the bag first and then pick up the throw. You saw what Hanley did. He kind of lollipopped the throw over there to give him plenty of time to catch it. But Ryu tried to catch the ball, then find the bag.
So a run in for the Braves and runners at first and third with one out. And Chris Johnson, who knocked in a run his first time, swings and misses 0-1.
Went up there with a game plan to look for a first pitch fastball. Got a changeup and was way ahead. That's okay. You can put that in his memory bank. That could set you up as the bat goes further.
Well, it's an interesting. You point that out, Cal. Answer a question for me. You go up looking for a pitch. Why swing at anything but?
Because the changeup looks like a fastball, and you're going to make sure you're not going to wait too long, and so you're fooled by it. A breaking ball, you'll be able to lay off a little bit because it comes out of a different slot, and you'll see the breaking ball early. But a changeup looks just like a fastball, and you'll see that happening quite a bit. You just hope you don't hit it off the end of the bat and make a dribbler. Like that one.
You're on your game tonight, Iron Man.
But on an 0-2 count, I'm really happy about a dribbler that gets you another pitch. But not on that first one. We talked about the strikeout a lot. This is an important time to put the ball in play.
Another dribbler right on the line. They're going to throw to the plate way late.
A big mental mistake right there. You need to take the out. No play at the plate. Now the inning continues.
Well, there's an internal clock that you have as an infielder or pitcher. Here, Ryu making this play. He's got to know that how softly that's hit. He's never going to have a play at the plate. Just take the out at first.
Freeman scoring easily. You wondered for a second if Ryu might wait and see if that ball was going to maybe go foul up the first baseline. But when he did pick it up, he made the wrong decision. And runners are at first and second. Johnson on with the fielder's choice. Big slow breaking pitch to Simmons, misses.
We saw the Atlanta Braves not execute on some of the finer points of the game. And here we're seeing the Dodgers, a lack of execution on the double play over at first base, and then a mental mistake trying to get Freeman at the home plate.
And that last one resulted in a tie game. It's 4-4. Chris Johnson has had at least one RBI in all 3 games of this series. McCann and Johnson the runners, and that's inside to Simmons.
There's been a pattern developing here. When Ryu is behind in the count, he's dropping a lot of changeups and getting a swing and a miss. 1-0 changeup right here in this at bat, swing and a miss. So now the 2-1 count. Wouldn't be surprised if Simmons is sitting on this changeup.
He grounds it to third. There's 1. There's 2. The Dodgers get out of it as Ellis makes the turn at second. But the game is tied as we head to the bottom half of the third. Want to know the secrets of being a home run hitter? Tim Ferriss shows you how to knock it out of the park. Go to upwave.com/baseball. Do not adjust your sets. 4-4, bottom half of the third. As the Dodgers come to the plate with Ramirez, Gonzalez, and Puig. Julio Teheran delivers a strike, 0-1. I like that unique new camera angle we've got. Got a tracking cam out there in right field. You saw it in Atlanta. You see it here, too. It gives you a different perspective. The 0-1. And Teheran ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Ramirez flying out to left his first time.
It's almost a race for these 2 young pitchers to see which one is going to find their game first before their managers have to make a move.
Down low, a ball and 2 strikes. Teheran gives you just that little window in between the tip of the glove and the bill of the hat to peer through. Well hit in the gap. Off the wall, Gaddis gathers it in. Stand-up double to lead off the third for Hanley Ramirez.
I think Hanley has this doubles thing down, doesn't he?
Line drive to all parts of the ballpark. 1-2 breaking ball. Not a bad pitch. Looked like Hanley was laying for it, though. Took the 0-2 fastball just down and then ripped this breaking ball into left center field for a double.
4th double of the series for Ramirez. Let's go now to Craig Sager. Craig?
Well, the first time up, Adrian Gonzalez struck out after questioning an earlier pitch that was called a strike by home plate umpire John Hirschbeck. Now, according to Gonzalez, he said, "Hirsch, you can't give him that pitch. It wasn't a strike. Listen to me." To which Hirschbeck replied, "I'm not listening. You just swing the bat because they all might be strikes." Now that's one side of the story as told by Gonzalez to his manager Don Mattingly, who came out a few moments later and had a conversation with Hirschbeck.
And that's what Craig gets when he's down there. Field level here at Dodger Stadium. 1-0 as Gonzalez waits. Into left center field again. That's going to score another Dodger run as Ramirez crosses, and it's 5-4 Dodgers, and Gonzo is all pumped up.
Pushes this line drive to left center field. Hanley makes an excellent read on that. Goes right away. Scores easily to left center field.
Going inside out that entire time. Adrian Gonzalez says he will watch the tape of pitchers, and he not only studies their pitches, but he studies the catcher and how they call a game so that he can have an educated guess when he goes to the plate.
Roger McDowell, the Braves pitching coach, on his way to the mound.
Studying is good too, but a good memory on your matchups and situations really helps as well. A lot of pitchers are pitchers of habit, and they fall into patterns. You just have to remember them.
McDowell, in the course of his 12-year career, spent some time here in Los Angeles. His 8th year as the Braves pitching coach.
It's a hard job. You're doing 2 things there, trying to renew some confidence in your young 22-year-old starter. At the same time, you're trying to give some time out in the bullpen for someone to get loose.
Here's Puig. Runner at first, a run in, and nobody out.
Teheran has not allowed this many runs since the middle of July.
Down the line, nice stop by Chris Johnson. There's Juan, and the throw to first will be late. Ball gets away, and Puig is chugging for second. The throw, he's in there.
You just can't take your eyes off of him, can you?
Might be the only player that can turn a possible double play into a great play.
This is going to be a tough double play. Elliott tries to turn it with the speed of Yasiel. Then he sees the ball and immediately runs to second base. Here he is. Look up. I found it. Okay, I'm going.
Watch Adrian Gonzalez. He's trying to get his helmet out of the way. He did not.
Tim Welke right on top of that play. Sometimes I think they come in and get there a little too close. They want to get a good look.
So Puig at second, one out, and Uribe at the plate. He singled his first time. Bill Miller, first base umpire, said Uribe held up. Count even at a ball and a strike.
The adjustment right here is to go to the slower breaking ball. The harder breaking ball's got hit a few times. You need an off-speed pitch, a secondary pitch, and a change of speed as Uribe out in front.
Alex Wood, who came on in relief in game one of the series, getting loose in the Atlanta bullpen as Uribe fouls it back. You saw Gonzalez right on top of Elliott Johnson as he made the turn.
Well, I see why it took him so long to get up. That hard slide, but then Johnson fell right on top of his head.
Egon broke up the double play, but he took a little punishment.
Here comes the 1-2 to Uribe. And he goes down swinging. Fourth strikeout for Julio Teheran.
For the Dodgers center fielder, Skip Schumacher.
It could be a good find for Julio. A slower breaking ball. Got a good feel, made some good breaking ball pitches right there with Puig in scoring position.
There is Hanley Ramirez, who started the inning with a double and has scored the tie-breaking run. Dodgers on top 5-4. Skip Schumacher took a called third strike his first time.
And you got a feel for it. Keep going with it. Starts him off with a curveball for strike one.
May have set 4 strikeouts for Teheran. He's got 5. Including Schumacher his first time. Two balls, no strikes. Puig, the runner at second. And again, batter steps out. McCann wants to talk to Teheran.
I thought that first curveball was called a strike, but evidently not. Count wouldn't be 2-0, would it?
Strange place to be when you're 22 years old. You're out there, you're trying to find something that's going to get the hitters out. You mentioned the 5K, so he has done it at times, but you start to feel lost out there. Like every time you make a mistake, It's hit hard.
Schumacher, who's got a World Series ring with the Cardinals in 2011. A line drive to left field. Gaddis will field. Puig will not draw a throw, and the Dodgers are up by 2.
High fastball, stayed on it, pushed it out there. Yasiel Puig got a great jump on it, no throw at home. I would call that manufacturing run by him. Great hustle to get to second base.
This is where the manager is pushing the starting pitcher. He's batting second next inning and just wants to get him somehow through this inning.
Right over the head of A.J. Ellis, 1-0.
An off-speed pitch, no intention right here. Slips out of his hand, a little slider that doesn't break. Stays up and in at 80 miles an hour. The fans react to it, but that ball just slips out of his hand.
The Dodgers 7 hits through 2 2/3. Breaking pitch over, ball and a strike. 10 runs and 13 hits in this game, and we're not quite through 3.
Usually when you have teams that have as good a pitching staff as the Dodgers and the Braves, that would not be a stat we'd be showing. The ability to put people away with 2 outs is always the strength of good pitching staffs. Not in this series so far.
These teams were 1 and 2 in baseball in team ERA. Atlanta 3.18, Dodgers 3.25. So Rick Honeycutt on the phone to the Dodger bullpen.
Well, Capuano is still throwing, so it almost tells you that they're going to make a move.
Schumacher leads from first. Base hit right field by A.J. Ellis. Schumacher will hold at second. And the rally continues for L.A. Ryu has been called back.
Freddie Gonzalez is on the top step of the dugout. He's going to make a move, but he has to have the pinch hitter announced first.
It's the veteran Michael Young who's grabbed a bat. A 6-4 game. And the 22-year-old is chased in the third. Tonight's 2013 National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. Game 3 of the NLDS between the Braves and the Dodgers, tied at a game apiece, best of 5. And it's the Dodgers leading 6-4 and threatening for more here in the third. Doing it without Matt Kemp. Alex Wood, who made his postseason debut in Game 1, is on here in Game 3.
Well, Alex Wood has a very unique motion. A lot of arms and legs are coming at you. Throws over 90, good changeup, big breaking ball.
So how about the lines for the two starters tonight in Game 3? And neither will see the fourth inning.
Well, Mattingly's moves were examined in game number 2. I like this one. Realizing that his starter doesn't have it right now, and another chance to add on right here.
It's Michael Young, longtime Texas Ranger, played for the Phillies, came over to the Dodgers in a deal. Swinging at the first pitch. Down the left side and out of play.
Simmons got on the top turnbuckle and ended up in the crowd. And Charlton Simmons.
I would say he thought about that, examining down the line and all that. Okay, it's wide over there. I got a chance to jump up here and make a play.
Now, if I can just cover 6 rows, I can flag one down.
The Russian judge gave him a 2 on the balance beam there.
'22-year-old Alex Wood facing the veteran Michael Young. And he's ahead 0-2. Young with the most games of playoff experience on the Dodger roster. Down the line in right, and again out of play. Young's 36, will turn 37 later this month, and always been, as a 7-time All-Star, one of those guys who's always team first. He's given up positions in Texas when trades were made, moved around. Dodgers picked him up on August 31st, and he played in 21 games, hitting .314.
He's a true professional.
Fouls away the 0-2.
When you're a base runner with 2 outs and 2 strikes, this is the chance you can get the best secondary lead and the best jump. You're just looking for the ball in the strike zone, because if it's in the strike zone, you can start to get your jump. You don't have to wait for the swing. You don't have to wait for the contact. Especially if you're on second base, you can judge that play. You can get a really, really good jump out of this count. 2 outs, 2 strikes.
Young is 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter in the series. That ball bounces away from McCann. And Schumacher moves to third, Ellis to second.
Well, we've seen this a lot in this series. Breaking balls that are hitting the dirt before the plate. Almost impossible for McCann to get over there in time and block this baseball.
Wild pitch puts him at second and third.
Early in the game, Minor had that same difficulty, bouncing a few balls well in front of home plate. I would agree, very difficult for the catcher to block that one that far out in front.
What a must out this has turned out to be.
Dodgers already leading by 2. 2 more out there. Tough at bat by the veteran.
And if you're Michael Young, what a great opportunity to help your team in the postseason. You're a veteran player. These are the opportunities you look for, aren't they, Cal?
Well, you also try to think with the manager, when are you going to use me? And I would think that he's thinking, I'm not going to be used in the third. Nowadays, with batting cages and those sorts of things, you can be prepared and be ready as a pinch hitter much better than years past.
Count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 22-year-old Wood is a University of Georgia product who had Tommy John surgery in 2009. He gets Young to end the third, but not before the Dodgers score twice. 6-4 going to the fourth. MLB Fan Cave is coming back in 2014. Players, celebrities, concerts, and more. You can be part of next season's team. Just go to MLBFancave.com and apply right now. A little postcard for you from Los Angeles, site of Game 3 of the National League Division Series. And Chris Capuano is the new Dodger pitcher.
Well, Capuano, the veteran, 24 games this year, 20 starts. Record's not good. Had some injuries early in the season. Took the place of Chad Billingsley when he went on a DL.
And he will face Elliott Johnson, who showed bunt, drew it back, 1-0.
In the regular season, the long man's role is to get you where the starter would have. In the playoffs, not always that way.
Johnson still searching for his first hit of this series. He's 0 for 8, grounded out his first time.
Capuano started against the Braves on May 18th went 7 1/3 innings, only gave up a run. So he's got some good history despite it being 4.5 months ago.
Missed with the 1-1. He's had Tommy John surgery twice, 2002 and 2008. Had shoulder surgery in 2007. Remember, he was a pretty effective pitcher and then had a 5-0 start, then went 0-12. Had this just a prolonged losing streak. He was 12-12 with the Dodgers last year and 4-7 this year.
See that changeup? That's probably the highest number you'll see of any pitcher in the postseason. Changeup is his best weapon.
Full count to the Braves' number 8 hitter, Elliott Johnson.
You see what the relievers have done for the Dodgers, making Mattingly's job much tougher.
And it just happened again.
And making it easy to criticize, scrutinize the moves.
Here's Alex Wood. And 53,000 plus, and the three of us up here, and a couple of dogs over there in the alley. Everybody knows what's happening here.
That's right.
What's happening? What's going on right here?
I would think that the bunk may be laid down, Iron Man, but Uribe in on the grass, and here he comes. And Wood gets the bunt down. Throws him out. Johnson advances to second, 1 down.
Wood only had one sacrifice bunt all season long, but that one picture perfect.
Center fielder, number 22.
And high fives all around.
Back to the top of the Atlanta order, and Jason Hayward. Top of the 4th, 3rd time we've seen him. A lot of ABs on both sides here early. Hayward now 2 for 10 in the series. But it was his big 2-run single in game 2 that proved to be the difference. Hayward calls for time and steps out.
Hayward this year hit .264 versus left-handers, so not a problem for him. And remember, his biggest hit in game 2 came against Paco Rodriguez, the left-hander. Stays in there pretty good.
Capuano with a long wait and then to the plate and misses.
I just saw Hanley Ramirez kind of signal to the other infielders. Look at the ball up. Don't take your eye off the ball right now. The twilight time in the sky, you can really lose the ball on a high fly ball in the sky. You get used to breaking, knowing where the ball is going to come down when you have constant vision. This is a tough time of the night where you can lose a fly ball.
Hayward came up in 2010, second to Buster Posey, the Rookie of the Year balloting. And he's ahead in the count, 3-1.
I like to see those little things because you're sharing your experience and you're aware of what's going on as an infielder. So everyone has individual responsibilities, but that reminder never hurts.
Justin Upton waiting on deck. He's 2 out of 2. Got a pitch he liked, but skied it. Schumacher settles under for out number 2. Did you see Jason Hayward's reaction to that? Boy, he knew he had a pitch he could handle and spun on his heel in frustration.
It's one of those, I can't believe I missed that pitch.
So Elliott Johnson still out there at second now, 2 down for Justin Upton. Boy, is that tantalizing. And over for a strike, 0-1.
Maybe we can see it at some point, but I saw Hanley Ramirez run out to shallow center field and point at the ball to kind of give an indication in case the outfielder or the infielder lost it.
Count even at a ball and a strike.
This could be a very good counter move here by a manager. He had more of a hard thrower and Ryu out there. The other team had planned for that left-hander, and now you have Capuano as more of a soft tosser. Sometimes it takes a while for a team to adjust to that.
Over for a strike, 1-2.
Ryu threw a lot of changeups. He was in that pattern of throwing changeups. Capuano is that same type of pitcher behind in the count, which he will use his changeup.
Struck him out with a runner in scoring position. Middle of the fourth in LA. Dodgers on top. That's a masterpiece. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned Making tires for superior performance inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Sunday evening in Los Angeles. As we move to the bottom half of the fourth inning, top of the Dodger order to face Alex Wood. Carl Crawford lays down the bunt. Bobbled by Wood, and he'll have no play. Crawford bunted the ball too hard and too directly at Wood, but he bobbled. It's time for In the Dugout, brought to you by Charles Schwab. And moments ago, our pitcher in the booth, Ron Darling, spoke with Braves pitching coach Roger McDowell.
I know it's a tough day for your young pitcher who had a great start. What was he missing today?
Well, he got out of his delivery a little bit. He's starting to get underneath some pitches, most notably his slider was a little flat today. We saw it on the Crawford home run, and some of the other pitches were up in the zone. But this kid's he's a fighter, he's a competitor, and his first full year in the big leagues, and it's going to be a great learning point for him going forward.
Everyone asks you about Kimbrel, but Avilan has just had a fantastic year for you guys.
He has. Last year he came up from AA and fit right in the bullpen with the loss of both O'Flaherty and Venners. He stepped right in that 7th, 8th inning role and has had a tremendous year. And he goes out there as well, competes his butt off, and really comes in and throws strikes and is fearless.
One of your former teammates there, Roger McDowell, as is.
I was just thinking, he was talking about Avilan. He could have been talking about himself when he pitched. He was a great competitor.
Rick Honeycutt, also a former teammate of yours. We saw Mark Ellis try to lay down a bunt to get on, and bunted it foul down the third baseline. In extremely tight. How did it not hit him? Ball and a strike.
Usually that catches kind of your, when you blouse that shirt, it'll catch some of that shirt, but it did not.
Ball and a strike. Crawford at first after the error by Wood. So Wood came on to retire Michael Young. That was, depending on how this game goes, I mean, that was a huge strikeout with runners at second and third to end the third. But then he shoots himself in the foot here. Couldn't make the play that he should have. And Crawford is on. The play by Adrian Gonzalez on the top step of the dugout. That was too smooth.
So he doesn't need a mitt.
Too smooth.
His batting glove, he can make the play.
Ellis is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. And he's behind 1-2 to Alex Wood. Fastball in the air to left center. Jason Hayward ranging over for the first out.
Shortstop number 13, Hayward.
Talked about this moments ago.
Look out, Doc.
I'm telling you, there's cool and there's that.
And right back to McGuire in the game plan.
We interrupt this conversation for me to field this foul ball and toss it into the stands. That was nice. One down for Ramirez. Doubled his last time and scored. And gets a hold of this one too. Deep left center field. That ball will be off the wall. Crawford will score easily. Ramirez on his way to third. The throw will be late. The Dodgers lead at 7-4, and Ramirez is on fire.
got tired of hitting doubles, so instead I just hit a triple. Fastball in, pulls his hands in, drives it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Easily scores Crawford. And Hanley watched this a little bit. He turned it on, coming around first. Come on. Come on.
What an extra base exhibition this is by Ramirez.
If he would have got thrown out, he would have found 2 or 3 spots where he could have made that hit there in that run. But he is hot.
4 doubles, triple, and a homer this series. Blowing away to Gonzalez. Well, what else do you expect from a guy who carried this team during that hot streak when they won 42 out of 50? And as you turn the page to October, he is flat getting it done.
You know, the simplest of plays to the pitcher. Bunt right back to him, can't make it. And that execution you've talked about all series has come and gone for the Braves.
Hanley thought he got this at first.
Well, you know what you can do there, and he doesn't have that much experience. Gaddis can play that off the wall because it was Hayward who was going for the ball. He can play back of them and wait for the carom, and it would have held Hanley to a double. It's just inexperience.
As it stands, he's at third with 1 out for a great RBI guy, and Gonzalez, who's mad at himself because he got a pitch he could handle and didn't handle it.
A lineup without Kemp and EQ.
Strike 3 called on the corner. Gonzalez caught looking for the second out.
Number 66.
Well, it looks like it's a little off the play here. Close. But you know Adrian's thinking about.
Well, we listened to Craig Sager's report. We know the conversation that happened. And there was a time, and there is a time maybe tonight, where anything close is going to be a strike.
So Gonzalez is 1 out of 3, a single and a couple of strikeouts. Hanley Ramirez still down there at third for Puig with 2 out. Puig has singled and reached on a fielder's choice and scored twice. It was interesting to run into him today outside the clubhouse. And they're talking about Cuba. I related to him with his interpreter that I've been in Cuba for the Pan Am games at their huge stadium down there in '91, and remember them handing out these little shots of coffee about the 6th inning. And I said I had the jitters for the next 3 days. He said he won't drink the coffee here. It's not strong enough. No balls and 2 strikes.
He's fun to watch, though. The governor inside, he's got that 1 all-out speed. He's going to learn how to slow it down a little bit, not take such a big swing in big situations. He's a heck of a talent.
So you got the 22-year-old Wood and the 22-year-old Puig here in the bottom half of the 4th. Hanley Ramirez 90 feet away from another Dodger run. They already lead it 7-4 in the swing game of this best of 5. Up the middle, Hayward plays it on a hop. It's a 4-run game, and Puig is on again.
the fastball up, stays to the big part of the field. Hits it a little bit towards the label, but it's strong enough to line it into center field.
It's a nice little adjustment. That wasn't that all-out swing there. That was two-strike approach. He knew he had it in him.
8 runs on 10 hits for the Dodgers. They lead it 8-4. Uribe in the air to right. Upton's going back, still going, leaping, and that ball is gone. Juan Uribe with a 2-run homer.
Change up and out over the plate. And Uribe has power to the opposite field. Gets underneath it, just over the fence.
Nice try here by Upton. Caron's back onto the field. Just get Uribe in the postseason.
Here's Schumacher. Man, this place is buzzing. Schumacher's 1 out of 2. Alex Wood to the plate. Breaking pitch. Rolled to second. That'll do it for the Dodgers. But they add on 4 more. It's 10-4. Back here at Dodger Stadium, I'll tell you what, you shake hands with Hanley Ramirez right now, you get a third-degree burn. 6 extra base hits has tied the Dodger franchise record held by Steve Garvey and Duke Snider. Both in the world, one in the World Series, one in the NLCS for Garvey in '78. And Duke Snider came in the '52 World Series. It's also matched the NLDS record held by Jim Edmonds and Carlos Beltran. And we're only in Game 3.
You're talking about getting burned by shaking his hand, but a lot of people, just for luck, when somebody gets that hot, you go touch them. So hopefully that'll come to you.
Yeah, rub off on you, right?
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman leads it off against Chris Capuano. And right out of the gate, 3 balls and no strikes. Homecoming for Freeman. Grew up in the Los Angeles area. His 2 brothers are at the game and his dad tonight. The Braves led this game 2-0 at one point. It is now 10-4. And now you're up. You got a 6-run lead. You're Capuano. You're the long guy tonight. Give me your mindset.
Well, Capuano, it's not like he can change his game plan and go after hitters. He's always got the same game plan. He's a guy who's got a fastball inside, changeup away. The thing though about the Braves, they led the National League in home runs. So this is a team that can score on the 3-run home run.
Payoff pitch to Freeman. And a walk to start the 5th. Time again for In the Dugout, brought to you by Charles Schwab. And once again, it's Ron with the Dodgers pitching coach, Rick Honeycutt.
Hey, Rick, what do you think Ryu struggled today?
Well, we've seen him pitch, so good all year, and really didn't have the crispness on all of his pitches. He usually dots up his fastball. He's just missing with the fastball, especially when he tried to go in to set up the changeup away, and they were able to consistently foul off some pretty good changeups, and really didn't hung up, bad slider early to Upton, and just made some bad pitches. Johnson's 0-2 pitch. It just really wasn't a typical night for him. So thank goodness their offense has picked us up here and given us a chance.
What you have though, and it's great to have on the roster, is Capuano, who can come in and bring some veteran presence.
Well, exactly. Cappy, was ready. Unfortunately, he had the stuff down the stretch, but he's been working hard. He's worked out a bullpen here a few times, so he's a veteran guy that knows how to pitch, and he's it's good to have him to have a backup.
Rick Honeycutt bringing 21 years of playing experience into his job as the pitching coach of the Dodgers in his 8th year. No balls and 2 strikes to Gaddis. Capuano misses a ball and 2 strikes. Freeman on first with a leadoff walk.
Honeycutt was a crafty lefty. You hear people talk about he knew how to cut the ball, and maybe sometimes literal. He threw a couple of changeups, but he always knew he was always in command on the hill.
Watch yourself. Baseball players have been very litigious this week.
Uh-oh. We had the thumbtack incident, which I can present as evidence, but that's all right.
Counselor, may I approach? Back to the game, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, he was the great setup man, of course, through all of Eckersley's best years in Oakland.
Changed speeds really well. How come righties aren't called crafty? It's always the lefties that know how to do that.
Gaddis is 2 out of 2 and 4 for 7 for the series. And right in on his thumbs.
You know, with his unique batting style, Gaddis, he's the kind of guy, he's got that stance where his hands are over the inside part of the plate or even more over the middle of the plate. So that can happen sometimes when you come inside. It's pretty far down on the bat handle.
No batting gloves for El Oso Blanco.
I see a number of hitters putting their hands out there, sort of a reminder to get them away from their body. When they start to stride, it comes back to their normal hitting position. I know J.J. Hardy from the Orioles stuck his hands out there.
Capuano fooled him. And for the first time in this series, Gaddis a strikeout victim. One down in the fifth.
Just a little changeup off the plate.
Thought at first that was a cutter or a little slider, but yeah, it had that changeup spin on it. That's his strikeout pitch. That's his go-to pitch. That's when he's in trouble pitch.
Here's McCann, who's 0 for 1. He's walked and reached on a fielder's choice. The fielder's choice scored a run in the third. Grounded in the hole at second. Ellis gets the force. And Freeman and Hanley Ramirez
do the do-si-do.
That's a nice heads-up play. This isn't a double play ball, but has the presence of mind to force Freeman at second base. Could have taken the easy out at first, but why advance a guy in the scoring position when you don't have to? A little point of execution keeps the guy out of scoring position.
Next, third baseman, Chris Johnson.
2 down now for Chris Johnson, with McCann at first. Johnson with an RBI in the first, and a fielder's choice that knocked in a run in the third. So he's got 4 runs batted in the series.
You make a good point. Capuano can't change his style, all of a sudden become a guy I'm going to challenge the fastball down the middle. And the hitters can't go up there thinking he's going to do that either.
As the ball is grounded to short, 53,000 here at Dodger Stadium, starting the chop. scenes of what goes into a TBS broadcast on what is written here says a classic behind the mic powered by Ford. Watch the segment after the game at bleacherreport.com/behind the mic. I question the use of the word classic because the cameras were tagging along with me at a game earlier this season. So you watch and fill in your own blank. Here's A.J. Ellis, who leads it off in the 5th.
What'd you do?
Well, the guy just kind of followed me around, showed him how we got ready. Here's a production meeting. Here's what we do in the truck. It was a lot of fun. I mean, we just, and I can tell that just by that description, the word classic not exactly fitting the bill.
Maybe in time, Ernie.
It's not going to be an overnight. 10-4 game with A.J. Ellis at the plate, facing Alex Wood. So the Braves jumped out 2-0, scoring in the first. But it's been the Dodgers with 4 in the second, 2 in the third, 4 in the fourth. Breaking pitch just really never bit. 2-2. Braves with 2 in the first and 2 in the third.
Well, offenses are always looking for the crooked number. Crooked number galore tonight for both teams.
Ellis with a soft liner to Elliott Johnson, 1 down.
Positioned very well.
Pitcher, number 35,
I don't know. He had to move, I think, a half a foot to the left.
Well, here's Chris Capuano. And I'm not sure that Chris thought he'd be hitting tonight when he left the house to come to the ball yard. Swings at the first pitch and grounds it to Freeman. 2 up and 2 down. Braves pitching has not had a 1-2-3 inning. Far from it. And for the 4th time tonight, Carl Crawford steps to the plate. So if you're just tuning in and you hear something like that, Dodger leadoff hitter at the plate for the 4th time and in the 5th, you kind of get the idea of how this one's gone. Takes a strike. 3-run homer in the 2nd inning for Crawford. And he reached on Alex Wood's error his last time and came around to score. Listen.
Here's that breaking ball that was intended to be in the dirt. Didn't make it to the dirt. And that's right in Crawford's power. And he's got a lot of it, too.
Made it to the dirt in the Atlanta bullpen. And there is a strike 3 called to end the 5th. It's 10-4 home team.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Only Fenway Park, which opened in 1912, and Wrigley Field in 1914 are older than Dodger Stadium. Swung open the gates in 1962. And I know, Ronnie, you told me as we were walking into the gates today, you always felt something special when you played in this ballpark.
You know, there's going to church and then there's going to St. Patrick's. I mean, that's kind of what it's like coming to this ballpark. It's the only ballpark where I would come into the ballpark when I was still pitching, and I would sit down in one of the seats for 15, 20 minutes, try to soak it all in.
I sat down in Tommy Lasorda's seat today just to see how that felt.
And
feels pretty good. He has a good view from over there.
He didn't particularly like the view earlier in this game, but it has turned around for the Dodgers. As Capuano misses, it's 3-0 to Andrelton Simmons, who leads it off here in the 6th.
Interesting for a veteran pitcher here. If he doesn't come back on Simmons, he'll have walked the first hitter in all 3 of the innings he started.
And he does just that. He walked Elliott Johnson to lead off the 4th, Freeman in the 5th, Simmons here in the 6th.
Batting next, second baseman, number 30, Elliott Johnson.
Don Mattingly, Rick Honeycutt, and Honeycutt will have a meeting with Capuano.
Again, this is another time to talk to Capuano, but more importantly, get someone ready up in the bullpen.
While we have a moment, let's go to Atlanta. Keith Olbermann. Doesn't look like things have calmed down much at PNC Park from the night we were there for the wild card game. And now a win away from the National League Championship Series. It's 5 in a row as Elliott Johnson takes down and in. J.P. Howell, veteran left-hander, gets loose. Four-pitch walk to Simmons, and now 2-0 to Johnson.
In that game in Pittsburgh, Beltran with another home run when the Cardinals were down 3-2 to tie it at 3-3 in the 8th inning.
He might be the only one he could put up against Hanley Ramirez right now.
Marlon Byrd maybe too.
7 in a row to open the 6th.
You know he's not trying to do it intentionally, but certainly when you're an infielder behind, you're walking around, you're taking your glove off, saying, come on, let's go.
BJ Upton waiting to pinch hit. And there's a strike to Elliott Johnson, 3-1.
If you're getting ready, do it quicker.
You're still not ready?
There's always the dilemma. Do you go ahead and take a pitch here and try to encourage another walk? Do you hit, trust yourself and look for a fastball and hit a line drive and go first and second? Many hitters will take that conservative approach and say, I got to take, and then they run into a 3-2 changeup. It's kind of odd. It's not really a running count. Down 10-4. Maybe that's a few extra pitches in the pen.
Yes, exactly. Full count to the number 8 hitter in the Braves lineup. Elliott Johnson grounded out, walked.
Now he's got to protect against the changeup and the fastball. More than likely he'll get the fastball with this lead.
To Ramirez. 6-4-3. Capuano induces the double play. And that cures a lot of waywardness that he had shown earlier in this inning. Couldn't find the zone, but does find the double play ball. Nobody on, 2 down.
It's amazing how one pitch can get you back into the inning for Capuano. And the tough decision of leaving Ugla off the roster has not proved great yet so far for Freddie Gonzalez and Elliott Johnson.
Elliott Johnson 0 for 9 now in the series. And here is B.J. Upton. And suddenly you can just take the phone off the hook in the Dodger dugout. Capuano quickly ahead of Upton, 0-2. He's 0 for 2 in the series, both strikeouts. Did pinch run and score the other night.
Most likely this will be his last inning. Assuming he gets the out with 2 strikes, they'll continue to throw in the pen.
Tucker called third for the 3rd out of the 6th. We'll be back. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning at Chavez Ravine. Dodgers leading 10-4 in a series that stands 1 game apiece in the best of 5. And Luis Ayala appears for the 3rd straight game here, Ron, in game 3.
See Ayala's numbers, well traveled in the past few seasons. Did his best work with the Expos and the Washington Nationals when he set up for Chad Cordero.
He faces Mark Ellis here in the 6th. Ellis swings at the first pitch, and that's a foul ball. Laz Diaz making the call, third base umpire.
It's a good angle for this. Just foul, but close.
It'll be Ellis, Ramirez, and Gonzalez here in the 6th. Chevrolet Arsenal for Luis Ayala.
He has a couple of different fastballs, though. He'll sink it, he'll cut it. His breaking ball is kind of a sidearm slider, an occasional change.
Tied him up. 0-2.
But he's right. He has that good downward sink. A two-seamer that almost appears like a left-handed slider. It goes down so hard. You'll see some funny swings when he's on, just like that one. Fastball away.
And he struck him out to start off the 6th. Core Performers brought to you by iShares by BlackRock. Ramirez, Gonzalez, and Puig. A productive evening tonight, to say the least. Ramirez with the extra base hits every time you turn around. Tying the Dodgers franchise record in the postseason.
He's not been pitched in this series, but you would think that Ayala will do that.
He flied out to left his first time, then doubled in the 3rd, tripled in the 4th. He scored 2. Atlanta pitching allowing 10 runs in this game. The most they allowed in the regular season was 10, 3 times. Ayala ahead, 0-2.
Take 3 or 4 more shots right where you threw that ball. Sometimes when a hitter is hot, you got to go outside the strike zone a little bit because they want to hit. Sometimes they can get themselves out. 0-2 with a nice sinker. You have a couple shots. He's going to go away again. In twice and away.
It might have been just a show-me pitch.
I never thought that was a real effective pitch because it takes away, kind of straightens out the fastball for a sinker baller.
Sometimes it takes away your feel for that ball back inside also.
Here comes the 1-2.
So you could pound in, and then go to a slider.
What is it like, Ronnie, when you've got a guy at the plate who was absolutely on fire?
Well, almost all good hitters like to get extended, like that ball out over the plate. What Cal was saying makes total sense. And every strike, they're not missing. So you got to give him appearance of a strike and running it on his hands. Break that hot bat.
Count even 2-2.
You want to almost start crying when you have that bat that's working so well. Then you get in there and break it, hit it off the end of the bat.
He started 0 for 3 in this series, did Ramirez, and he has been red hot since.
Works the count full, 3-2.
As long as he was pulling that ball foul, I'd keep throwing it in there. Now I got him back in the count, and you have to throw a strike.
Wonder what kind of numbers he would have put up without all the injuries this year. Ramirez only played 86 games, hit better than 340. Rounded just foul. From Chris Johnson to Tim Wallach to a lucky fan. Again, the payoff pitch.
Those sorts of swings, it tells you that your sinker's sinking pretty good. Even in the hottest hitter right now, he can't do anything with that pitch. He was covering that breaking ball.
Well, I would say that Hanley Ramirez is making the most of a long wait for postseason play. 1,095 regular season games before he's tasted it.
Hit it right down on his foot.
Oh, that front foot collapses on the outside. Hits him right in the instep.
Go in there enough, the hitter will start to cheat, which then opens up that slider. I'll do it again. Go back in there. Ken said no. He wants a breaking ball.
We have a good rip at another 3-2, and we'll do it again.
That's the best swing he's had right there. He hasn't proved that he's going to get to it on the side. You're not tricking him right now.
McCann's trying to think of making up a pitch. Try something different.
Well, let's try this. Works a one-out walk here in the sixth.
What an at-bat that was.
It's indicative of how good he's seeing the ball.
Down 0-2 in the count. Winds up to be an 11-pitch at bat. And a walk for Ramirez. Here's Adrian Gonzalez. He's 1 out of 3. Struck out swinging, struck out looking. And he knocked in a run in the third. Grounded, great stop at second by Elliott Johnson, and they will turn the double play. Johnson, Simmons, Freeman. We head to the seventh. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. And it's 10-4 LA. A lot of runs scored early in this game. The Braves with 2 in the first. And also 2 in the third. The Dodgers 4 in the second, 2 in the third, 4 in the fourth. We moved to the seventh. J.P. Howell on the pitch for LA.
The only batter he retired in game 2 was Jason Hayward. J.P. Howell for many seasons was such a dependable left-handed reliever in Joe Madden's bullpen in Tampa Bay.
He takes Crafty to another level. He works off the plate, doesn't give in, makes the pitch when he has to.
You listen to anyone talk about J.P. Howell, he had some arm issues. He's come back from that. He's not throwing as hard as he once was, but one of those guys that they talk about says he's a gamer. Not afraid to pitch in tough situations. Although this one, of course, not one of those.
Broke into the bigs with the Royals 8 years ago as a starter. Traded to Tampa Bay in 2006. Made some starts there and now has become a very valuable left-handed arm out of the pen for Don Mattingly. And Jason Hayward goes down swinging. Ellis throws to first to complete it. 1 down, and A.J. Ellis kind of shaking it off. Kind of shaking the meat hand down there after that.
Right fielder, number 8, Justin Upton.
Interesting grip there by Howell, and you saw it just clipped the inside of the hand of A.J. Ellis.
Break him on the dirt, hits, and has that backward spin that bounces away from the glove. Comes back to you.
Here's Justin Upton, who has his first 2 hits of the series in this game. He's scored a couple of runs. And he comes up empty there. Struck out in the fourth, so he's 2 out of 3. Four, 6, and 2 for Atlanta. The Dodgers with double-digit runs and hits.
It's a couple different philosophies hitting when you're down by this many runs. Do you go up there and take? And I'm a firm believer that you really can't take and walk your way back into a game. There is some value to your at-bats tonight for tomorrow. You want to get your guys going as well. But you can, especially with this lineup, hit your way back in.
Elliott Johnson, the Braves second baseman, manager Freddie Gonzalez. This keeps up, and tomorrow is an elimination game for the team that won 96 games in the regular season. Sounded like a broken bat to first. Gonzalez takes it himself, 2 up and 2 down.
And the guys, if this holds up, it's going to take away one of the big decisions that Don Mattingly was going to maybe have to have, and that was to bring back Clayton Kershaw on short rest. He had never done it in his career, but if you were down 2-1, Mattingly would have had to think about it.
I think he would have done it too.
Yeah.
Ricky Nolasco is the guy who figures to get the ball against the ageless Freddie Garcia.
Freddie Garcia's forkball, I had the not so great pleasure of trying to hit that. He threw really hard when he was with Seattle. But that forkball is the equalizer. It's a very deceptive pitch.
Had some great years in Seattle. He was a big part of that club in 2005, the Chicago White Sox, that won the World Series.
Oh, 0-2 to Freddie Freeman. Garcia, 6 games, 3 starts for the Braves, and ERA of 1.65 as he went 1-2. 36-year-old, proving that he can still be effective, and he'll have to be at his best in Game 4 on Monday. A liner into right, past the diving Mark Ellis. A 2-out single for Freddie Freeman, who is 2 out of 3 with a walk.
Well, you're seeing why Freddie hit .319 this year. 0-2 count, doesn't matter. Jumps all over that hook from Powell.
Evan Gattis steps in with 2 down and Freeman at first. Powell at the belt, and here he comes. Breaking pitch and a beauty. 0-1. Gattis again, one of those feel-good stories. I don't care what team you like. If you're a baseball fan, you look at his story and a guy who walked away from the game and had a lot of issues, and then returned, and here in 2013 as a big league rookie has impressed.
Say he likes the fastball in, but so far I've seen him handle the ball away from him, handle the off-speed pitches, and they've gotten him out inside.
A ball and 2 strikes.
It's one of those guys that was sent down in the middle of the season to get some extra bats. He wasn't getting a lot of at-bats. They sent him down. He went down there and took it on earnestly and came back and was better than ever.
Only the Padres' Jed Jerko had more home runs among the rookie crop. 23 compared to 21 for Gattis. Just did stay alive.
Powell contorts his body in such a way that he almost falls over when he throws a pitch.
Just about did there on that delivery to Gattis.
He starts every delivery with it almost looks like he's going to begin a downward facing dog, a yoga position, and then lets it go.
He's ahead in the count, 1-2. Checks Freeman at first. And here it comes. Well hit, but foul. Oh, 97 made a play down there in foul territory.
Watch his follow through. Stiff front leg.
I don't think there is a yoga name for that one there, Ron.
I was going to ask him, you've had experience with this downward dog?
No. I just, people in my family do it, so I've heard about it.
Okay.
There's no...
I wasn't judging you.
I take that to mean, Cal, that you are not familiar with that.
I am not.
I'm at the age now where there's some positions, if I get into it, never coming back out.
Another 1-2 due to Gattis. And he waved at it. Powell strikes out 2. And 53,000 plus ready to stretch in L.A. Middle of the 7th here at Dodger Stadium. Here's a look at our Avocado All-Stars moment. And our focus, Hanley Ramirez. Flied out in the first, then he doubled, then he tripled. And he has, again, been the igniter for this Dodger team as they're trying to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Ernie Johnson, Ron Darling, Cal Ripken haven't had any runs scored since the 4th inning, but there was plenty of stuff going on before then.
Well, it was a baseball game for the Dodgers, then it turned into a relay race as they were racing around the bases, but just didn't get a great start from Ryu, but it didn't matter. They had their bats working tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this sort of game, but as hot as Hanley Ramirez is, he can do it all by himself, but he got a little help tonight. Crawford with the big 3-run homer. They're swinging the bat really well as a team right now.
10 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 4-7-2 for the Braves. And here in the bottom of the 7th, Jordan Walden is the new Atlanta pitcher.
Well, sorry, Ernie. You see that he pitched in game 1, gave up a run. The big thing about Walden is that it's got an unusual motion, pitches from the stretch, and kind of jumps at the hitter. Came over from the Angels, where his rookie season he was outstanding. Became their closer for a while, but then sent over to the Braves in a trade.
Braves giving up Tommy Hanson to acquire him. And pitched in 50 games. And here is Puig to lead off the 7th. He's been up 3 times, he's been on 3 times, and he's scored 3 times. 2 out of 3 with a fielder's choice and a run batted in. Elliott Johnson hasn't played perfectly, and Puig always hustling, thrown out for the first out of the 7th.
You can see how energizing he is. Just by some of the small things. Always looking to take the extra base, take a chance. He does run into some base running mistakes, but he's young. He's still learning.
Here's Juan Uribe. Dodgers using the long ball on this night. Crawford hit one. Uribe hit a 2-run homer. Meantime, the Braves still looking for their first, and they led all the National League. Walden ahead 0-2.
98, Ernie. 98 miles per hour.
You love guys that can throw hard, don't you?
Now I do. From where I'm sitting.
Yeah, right?
Saw Puig when he got thrown out. And you see, it looks like he might be favoring it a leg a bit. I thought as he made his way toward the dugout, he may have been rubbing his quad a little bit, but I don't know if that was just something that was bothering him. I don't know. Keep an eye on it.
As you get older, you don't take every at-bat to heart, you know?
2 up and 2 down for Skip Schumacher. As he made his way to the dugout. Ground ball to short. Routine for Simmons. And another 1-2-3 inning for the Dodgers. But they lead it by 6. The end of the game is just the start of the story. Unguarded with Rachel Nichols premieres Friday night, October 25th, 10:30 Eastern and Pacific on CNN. Top half of the 8th at Dodger Stadium. J.P. Howell all stretched out and ready to face Brian McCann. McCann walked in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, which knocked in a run. Also reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th. It's a game that couldn't have started any better from the Atlanta vantage point, because they get to a guy, Ryu, who struggles in the first inning. Braves take advantage, score twice. But Julio Teheran, the 22-year-old Atlanta rookie, was knocked around by the Dodgers here at Chavez Ravine.
Well, you think they had done exactly what they wanted to. They quieted the crowd, pushed across those early 2 runs, and then the Dodgers just exploded for that 4-run second. Erased all of that.
And still the Braves came back with 2 in the 3rd. But the Dodgers with an offensive onslaught here in Game 3. The 2-1 to McCann. And even 2-2.
That's something we didn't think we'd see in this series. Thought it might be the other way around.
Again, Howell stretching, puts the glove on the rubber and then basically touching his toes in between pitches. 2-2. We mentioned earlier, during the regular season, the longest the Braves went without hitting a home run was a 3-game span. And if they don't go long in this game, it'll be 0 for 3 games of the NLDS. McCann checks his swing. Count full, 3-2. Again, Howell, the glove in the dirt. And now ready to go with another 3-2. Over near the line and into foul territory. Look at Carl Crawford. He made the play. Carl Crawford went into the seats and held on.
Those railings are low for the tall Crawford. Hit him right about mid-thigh, so that's why he tumbled over. But what a 10-4 game. Going all out. Boy, landed right on his head. Key was he all right? The fan helping him.
He might have hurt a little more if he dropped the ball.
And Hunter Wendelstedt went out there and made the out call, and the place erupted. Blue Star play by the Dodgers left fielder here in the 8th. Right on Wendelstedt, yeah. He made the play. Dodgers with a pitching change. We'll be back. Ronald Belisario, the fourth Dodger pitcher of the night. Bullpen has not allowed a run. And Chris Johnson stands in. 96 for you, Cal.
I noticed.
And one of those Dodger pitchers in the second game that walked the hitter that he came in to face, but great job by Belisario this season, 77 games. Sinker slider, hard sinker.
Yeah, real hard sinker. 98 on that one.
Again, the chant and the chop. Thousands of miles away where you usually see it. Two balls and two strikes to the Braves' third baseman.
Used to be had velocity where you had movement. Now they got velocity and movement. That looks pretty nasty right there.
That caught the bat. Stays 2-2. Belisario gets Johnson swinging. 2 up and 2 down here in the 8th.
Shortstop number 19, Andrelton Simmons.
Seventh strikeout by Dodger pitching on the night. Here's Andrelton Simmons who takes a strike. Braves striking out 15 times in the opener, 6 times in game 2, 7 here in game 3. When they struck out less than 10 times in the regular season, they were 70 and 37. And won game 2. But here in game 3, and all Dodgers.
Well, we talked earlier in the series, Cal, about, a loss is just one loss. But in the swing game of a 5-game series, that changes everything. Now you get into the must-win category.
Yeah, you don't want to play with your back against the wall. It looks like the Braves are going to have to.
They would be trying to force a game 5 Wednesday in Atlanta.
The key to playing this game is playing it relaxed, and there's different pressures that come along. An elimination game, that's a lot of pressure.
And you saw Don Mattingly, Cal, as that ball is hit to second off the glove of Ellis, who recovers to throw out Simmons. An inning that included this from Carl Crawford. as that last half inning ended. Cal and Ron talking about what Don Mattingly has experienced here in his first postseason managerial go-around. And, boy, game one was like as scripted as Jordan Walden hits A.J. Ellis with the first pitch of the 8th.
Right on the elbow, too. I don't think any protection. Nowadays, they all have elbow pads for this reason.
A.J. Ellis is a gamer.
Keep an eye on that left elbow.
He tried to pull it in, but it kept falling him.
Boy, there's no meat there. That hurts.
You know, you would be tempted, because he's your everyday catcher, to almost take him out, get some ice on it, and bring you back up.
At some point, he gets some feeling back in there again.
Yeah, tomorrow, but right before 5.
He got the stitches you can see on his elbow.
Andre Ethier has grabbed the bat. Back to Ellis for a second, too. Went to Dunbar in Lexington. That's where he played his high school ball. Same place as Sweet Lou Johnson, Dodger legend, who was so big in the '65 World Series. Get that home run off of Jim Cott. Sandy Koufax, 3-hit, 2-out shutout with 10 Ks. Ethier just a pinch hitter so far in this series as he tries to work his way from a sore, tender left ankle. He's able to run in a straight line, but when it comes to anything but that, no go, so he can't play defense. But he's pinch hitting for the 3rd time in the series. Ball and 2 strikes. Chris Medlin, the Atlanta starter in game 1 of this series, would love to get another shot, you know, at this Dodger team. But as it stands right now, it'll take an Atlanta win on Monday to set up a game 5 back in Atlanta.
There's Tim Hudson, wishing he could help this team. Didn't start the year with the club, signed later in the season, pitched in relief in a few starts, and now pitching the biggest game for the Braves tomorrow.
Ethier goes down swinging for the first out of the 8th. The NBA returns with an opening night doubleheader on TNT. Derrick Rose makes his return to the court. And the Heat host the Bulls, followed by the Battle of LA as the Lakers play the Clippers. Tuesday, October 29th, only on TNT. Premier Week presented by Autotrader.com. And here's Carl Crawford, who has done it in the field and at the bat. 3-run homer in the 2nd.
Carl wasn't too happy with that pitch. Doesn't do any good in this sort of game. If you're competing, it doesn't do any good for you to have words. A.J. Ellis still at first after taking that pitch
just above the left elbow. One ball and 2 strikes. Crawford's knocked in 3, scored 2. Shattered bat. There's 1, and Crawford reaches by the fielder's choice. 2 down here in the 8th.
The mark on his elbow's got pretty big and red quickly, hasn't it?
Making a beeline for the ice bucket. Here's Mark Ellis. One of the few who have not joined in the offensive fun here for the Dodgers in Game 3. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
There's usually one in the lineup when you have a big game. Knock 10 runs in, score 10 runs. You don't get to play.
These are the at-bats that are sometimes in the regular season are difficult. Sometimes give them away, but certainly not in the postseason.
Crawford at first. Ellis takes down low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
When you go to bat 650 times, you do give a few of those away. And the better hitters, I heard the best at it was Pete Rose. Didn't matter what the game score was, he was not giving away any of his at-bats. Same concentration every single time.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Mark Ellis as he bats in the bottom half of the 8th inning. If you are just joining us here on TBS, it started out as a heavyweight fight. These teams trading, and the punches were flying figuratively. With the Braves scoring 2 in the first, and the Dodgers answering with 4. The Braves scored 2 more. Dodgers scored 2 in the third, 4 in the fourth. And they've used the home run ball from Juan Uribe and Carl Crawford. Runner going on the full count pitch, and we'll do it again. And Hanley Ramirez has been up to his old tricks. Double and a triple. 6 extra base hits in this series. And he waits on deck. Jordan Walden would just as soon not see him. But he will. The sleeve on the arm of A.J. Ellis after taking that pitch above the elbow. The backup pitch catcher is Tim Fedorovich. But Ellis certainly looks like he is back and ready for duty in the 9th inning.
Well, when the Dodgers had that big lead, they were able to rest Ramirez, who had some back spasms, back issues at the end of the year. In fact, he went and had acupuncture to try to relieve some of that pain.
That's the luxury of clinching early. Yeah. You then can get your guys healthy, give them a chance to perform. The downside is when you start resting too much, baseball's a game that you have to keep things going, keep your timing going, and it's not one that you can pick up real easy coming back. I remember Donnie Mattingly said Hanley can. And he's proven it on a couple of occasions. He had no worries that his timing would not come back. and it came back really, really well.
Well, in the day and age where there's so many concepts and video and percentage when the pitcher throws a slider, Hanley's from the old school. He sees it and he hits it.
A bullet in the left. Third hit of the night for Ramirez. That'll score another Dodger run, and it is 11-4.
It can't be right. That was only a single. Breaking ball, covers it, reaches out, hits a line drive rocket past the diving Simmons.
That'll be all for Jordan Walden, who leaves with runners on the corners here in the 8th. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires for superior performance inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. 11-4, bottom half of the 8th. Luis Avilan has been called on by Freddie Gonzalez. 5th Atlanta pitcher of the night, and he'll face Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, his pitching numbers have been the story all season, but his defense was the story in the postseason.
He's the one that started that huge 1-6-3 double play in Game 2, which preserved the Atlanta lead. Had the tying run at third at the time.
And a speedy runner at home plate.
Carl Crawford. Here's Adrian Gonzalez. It was interesting, too, because Avilan said he heard Brian McCann yelling 4-4-4, throw to the plate. But he turned the 2, 1-6-3. Even Andrelton Simmons had said he was hoping the throw would go home, and said when he saw it, it was, well, let's do this.
It's one of those plays that is made when you think about what to do before the ball is hit. You got to go over a couple hypotheticals, and then you can react much better at fast speed.
Well, that was then. This is now. 11-4 Dodgers in the bottom of the 8th.
I will say bringing in Avilan here is not one of my favorite moves in an 11-4 game. He's a guy that you pitch when it's tied or you're winning the ball game. This gives a very intelligent hitter, Gonzalez, another look in case they have a confrontation tomorrow and the Braves are leading.
3 balls and 1 strike.
And no matter what the results, the hitter gets a better feel.
Yeah.
You might strike me out right here, but now I got another sequence. I've seen what you did and now I know what to do when it matters.
You said it before, Cal. Some pitchers you pitch when you're tired of winning, and some pitchers you pitch out of the bullpen when you're losing.
With a sense of urgency in the playoffs, sometimes those lines are blurred,
of course,
because you're winning all the games, and you don't want to concede a win, but you don't want to hurt your chances tomorrow by your choices at the end of this game.
There's the guy who gets the ball from Freddie Gonzalez on Monday, Freddie Garcia.
Braves lead the world in Freddies, don't they?
They do. Right back up the middle and off of Avilan, and they will not get Gonzalez. And another run scores. It is 12-4.
Ironic. We show the great play that he made to turn into a double play, and now a ground ball right through the wickets.
That was hit pretty hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the reaction time is less.
I mean, definitely a base hit, but
those are the kind of plays that happen when you're on the side of winning. Trickles just far enough
where everything is going your way.
Here's Puig.
No, get out.
And now that ball gets away from Avilan on the throwback. We talk about, so Mattingly cruises into the postseason in game one, and then came game two. Tough decisions and under a lot of scrutiny, and there comes game three here, and the Dodgers are winning in a romp.
To Donnie's point, you can be second guessed for any decision you make that doesn't work out, and that's essentially what happened. You do have choices on your matchups, and which matchup would you like, including which pitcher you want on the mound. And those are personal choices, and many times the manager manages by the book. Sometimes he manages by his gut. And whether they work out or not, that's when you get criticized.
Puig with a base hit to right. Ramirez around third. He will score standing up. And there's no stopping the merry-go-round here at Dodger Stadium.
Sometimes there's a feeling in the dugout that says, hey, save some of these for tomorrow.
That's right.
But when you're swinging the bat well, he stayed right on that sinker in the outside corner, lined it into right field. Hanley gets a good jump, scores rather easily.
Dodgers were 22nd in 2-out runs during the year. They've got 14 just in this series.
Braves go to the pen again. We go to break. Tonight's 2013 National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by T-Mobile. And on a Sunday night in Los Angeles, the Dodgers pouring it on. It's 13-4. And it's the postseason debut for the Braves, David Hale.
Well, he made his debut in the regular season in September. He was surprised, really, that he was on the roster. They didn't include Scott Downs, a situational lefty, but here to try to get the last out in the 8th inning.
The idea when they put him on the roster was they gave him some flexibility in the long roll, especially if the game goes long in extra innings.
Juan Uribe swinging at the first pitch and fouls it away. Uribe got one he liked in the 4th and took it over the wall and right. Hale drafted in 2009 in the 3rd round. A Princeton product. On the ground to short. And Simmons goes to second for the force. But not before the Dodgers add to the lead. 13-4 as we head to the 9th. Minutes from now on the East Coast, and it'll be ALDS Game 3 exclusively on MLB Network. We got the A's and the Tigers from Comerica Park, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, only on MLB Network. Top half of the 9th, Elliott Johnson leads it off against Paco Rodriguez. 0-1.
Ouch. Ow.
Rodriguez, the 5th Dodger pitcher, and A.J. Ellis has been through enough, hasn't he?
Ball off his throwing hand, pitch off his elbow, right off the toe. It's the only place he doesn't have much padding. Off the toe.
Looper to right, near the line, and Puig hauls it in for the first out. Elliott Johnson now 0 for 10 in the series.
Paco came in the second game, walked the batter intentionally, and then gave up that big hit to Hayward.
Here's Reed Johnson, who was walked intentionally, setting up the Hayward heroics. Rodriguez says he developed this release when he got to pro ball because the balls were slicker.
It's interesting. The professional balls are slicker.
No balls, 2 strikes.
How does that stop him from slipping out of his hand?
He's bouncing it like a tray if you're a waiter. It's funny how he reaches back, though, and shows the hitter the baseball. You're always taught to try to hide it as much as you can. He goes the opposite way.
Reed Johnson takes outside. Last time the Braves allowed 13 runs in a postseason game, the 92 NLCS Game 6 against the Pirates. Last time the Dodgers scored 13 runs in a postseason game, the 1956 World Series Game 2. And that was their last playoff appearance as the Brooklyn Dodgers. Lost the World Series to the Yankees in 7. Soft liner. Nice stop by Punto, who's the new shortstop, but they won't get Johnson.
Line drive in the hole right here. Nick Punto can make some acrobatic plays. It's amazing how he gets on the feet, but maybe his arm wasn't quite loose enough when he came in the game.
It's a tough play to come right off the bench and make.
And it always seems to find you as soon as you come into the ball game. With a great sliding catch. Gets to his feet. And his intention was to one-hop that, I think.
Here's Hayward.
You can either say now that I'm loose or I'm broken.
Yeah, right.
Hayward's 0 for 4 here in Game 3. 2 for 12 in the series. And he hit that one right on the screws to straightaway center field and over the wall for a 2-run homer. So round 2 of the Paco and Hayward battle goes again to Hayward.
You see the catcher setting up down and in. It was down middle and covered by Hayward. And just the line drive shot that got out of here in seconds.
First home run of the series for the team that led the National League in home runs, and it comes in the 9th. But it's still a 7-run game. And here's Justin Upton.
Got to make you think if you're Don Mattingly, though. You're getting a tight game tomorrow, and you've got to get Hayward out.
And you have that option. You've used Hal now for a couple innings.
Yep.
There's a lot of matchup guys that have difficulty pitching in blowout games. You know, the intensity's not there. Usually they have a short job to do to get that 1 or 2 hitters out. And you start to extend them a little bit. Closers don't historically do well. Just coming in for an inning or two, an inning of work.
Howell looked really good, but he pitched inning and 2/3. So
right.
Is he available for tomorrow?
We talked about some of the decisions you make today that affects your ability tomorrow. Who's the lefty matchup guy tomorrow?
1-2. Missed inside, count even. Was that a rhetorical question, or were you looking for Ron to provide an answer?
I think it was more rhetorical. But if Ron wants to answer the question.
I'm sure Don Mattingly will think about that tonight.
Breaking pitch missed, full count.
Well, Brian Wilson throwing the ball so well. He was talking also that you work backwards from your closer. And Brian Wilson can take care of lefties or righties in that 8th inning. So that might make your decision there as well.
Well, he follows up the 2-run homer with a walk to Upton. 1 out in the 9th. It's golf's most exclusive event. Major champions only, the 2013 PGA Grand Slam of Golf from the Port Royal Golf Course in Bermuda. It all starts Tuesday, October 15th, 4 o'clock Eastern on TNT. Now Rick Honeycutt makes his way to the mound to see Paco Rodriguez as Freddie Freeman steps in.
Maybe Rick Honeycutt will be that matchup lefty tomorrow.
Way to think outside the box, Iron.
You could activate him.
The difficult thing is for your younger pitchers in this postseason, and go from a minor league season where you don't play in September, professional season in the major leagues where you're playing in September, and now into October. Makes for a long year after you've appeared in over 70 ball games.
It's a long, long season. I remember coming up in that last month of September for the very first time, and you're thinking, man, this is a whole more month, and I'm ready for it to end.
Good pitch.
Freeman takes a breaking pitch over. It's 0-1.
How serious this game is for Don Mattingly. 7-run lead. Kenley Jansen up in the pen, their closer.
But in many ways, you can't take anything for granted. You got to win the game and then worry about tomorrow then. But you'd love to have the luxury of working things out in this win. So it gives you, the best options for tomorrow.
Or more options anyway.
Jason Hayward, 2-run homer here in the 9th. Making it 13-6 as Freeman takes. So Ricky Nolasco, who went 13-11 overall with an ERA of 3.70, was 8-3 with the Dodgers. And try to pitch them into the National League Championship Series tomorrow in Game 4.
Velasco pitched beautifully for the Dodgers when he first came over, but kind of finished poorly.
Dodgers got him from Miami on July the 6th. Inside from Rodriguez, 2-2. So Freddie Garcia, Ricky Nolasco. 9:30 Eastern Time here on TBS tomorrow night. Breaking pitch got Freeman. 2 down now in the ninth. You know who Ricky Nolasco was named after, don't you? Or do you? Rick Monday, the former Dodger and current Dodger broadcaster. Ricky Nolasco's dad was a big Rick Monday fan and so named him after him. And I had asked Rick Monday if that happened often, people naming their children after him. He said, that's the only one who admitted it. Here's Evan Gattis. Now with 1 out to go, the Dodger faithful again in mock mode. Gattis breaks his bat, singles to left. Upton will motor into third. They're at the corners now with 2 out, as the Braves continue to battle and delay the inevitable.
Tried to come inside with a fastball. Gattis was all over it.
And Brian McCann will step in with runners at first and third.
A lot of pitches there for Paco Rodriguez. Like you said, a specialty lefty. Used to come in the face maybe 1 batter, 2 at the most.
Don Mattingly is going to have to do something he didn't think he would. He's going to have to go to the pen again here in the ninth. And Kenley Jansen will make an appearance in what is as far as you can get from a save situation. A tradition-rich franchise, the Dodgers. The names and the faces for ages and ages, dating back to 1884, this franchise. And the new breed, Clayton Kershaw, the Game 1 winner. Here in Game 3, it's 13-6, and Kenley Jansen has come on. The 6th Dodger pitcher. One of the things earlier today is we were in the booth, and who comes by? Don Newcomb, Sandy Koufax. One of those pinch yourself moments. That's right.
Well, with a lot of the new improvements here at Dodger Stadium, they really recognize all over the ballpark their older stars.
Ball and a strike to Brian McCann. Dodgers a strike away from sewing up Game 3.
Collection of gold gloves are a really nice display. Yeah, that's one of my favorites so far. Got a lot of them too.
McCann goes down swinging, and the Los Angeles Dodgers are a win away from advancing to the National League Championship Series. They lead the best of 5, 2-1. And they head on their hitting shoes tonight, fellas.
Well, it was unbelievable. We thought we were going to get a good pitching matchup with two young stars, but it didn't work out that way. Teheran struggled, so did Ryu, and after that it was the home runs, really, the Dodgers that made the difference, Cal.
Well, hitting was contagious, for sure. And just like that long streak was contagious. Nothing could go wrong.
Final score 13-6. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern with MLB postseason pregame on TBS presented by Jeep. TBS, your home for the Wild Card Division Series and the exclusive home of the NLCS. Now stay tuned for the postseason show on TBS presented by Johnny Walker. Remember to drink responsibly.